What's up? How you all doing? How you all doing? How you all doing? How you all doing? Are you guys ready to rock? Are you ready to rock? Are you ready to rock? Alrighty. Already. Let's do this. Okay. Controller. Select. Yes. February 10th. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed to in the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case. So she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, then she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? We all know it's Godot. Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaging in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. So be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. And I've already seen it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto somebody else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Why does he have that face? Hey, I just did something bad. I still don't have answers for the most riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Duexton. No, I mean Miss Misty Fay. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazukura Temple. Your Honor? What are you? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chamber earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a little bit pale. Not to mention, said he couldn't be here. That's one. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazukura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at the Hazukura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Mr. Elise Duexton? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazuka Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying that you were an accomplice in the murder? Yes, that's correct. Bah! 3 minutes in court, and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case, it is to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this confession, they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up a creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazuka Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazuka Temple is run by one of the local branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes. And that's why I dirtied myself, if need to be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of Kurain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. So not only did the witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned it up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined that the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happening in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. Mystic Maya was still stumbling. Mystic Elise moved to deliver the fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. And it was only self-defense, but can you blame her for it? So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And the person who did was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Press. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Duexnum tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. Ah. You look like you did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Why would you mistake with... Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing by your client, Lawyer Boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client, but your witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add the last statement to witness. Let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Ugh. Okay, now, let's continue. It's funny you say that, but we have a staff. Sister Iris, there is something strange about your version of the events. Huh? Miss Duexnum throwing her staff away makes no sense to me at all. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know that, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah. If Elise Duexnum really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and this is quite ineffective in a close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange in the neighborhood. And about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Duexnam would have never attempted to take the life of Maya Fey. Real name is Misty Fey, Maya's mother. Present. Elise Duexnam would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name is not Elise Duexnam. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah, no. Not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Curine channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is that really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Duexnam actually the great mystic Misty? There is no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea is that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seems natural enough. However, in the light of some facts that had just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts of being unbelievable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listening, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes, what is that little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard the witness confession this morning, just as I'd taken the first sip of my 8th coffee of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate the scent of the scene of the crime. And he discovered this beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But you do not notice something else. Now that you mention it, look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of the morning coffee. Didn't you just say you were on your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such a short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get a piece of evidence to the crime lab. We're testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger in the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie, ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between you two women. Yes, Your Honor. Miss Sigmaya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Miss Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Miss Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Miss Sigmaya stabbed Miss Elise. Miss Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Wait, how old is Mystic Maya now? Oh, she's been gone for 17 years. Yeah, she wouldn't know what she looked like, because she would have been 2. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with the cross-examination. Then she died and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. I'm gonna have to contradict you. Because she was not stabbed from the front, she was stabbed in the back. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to mistake such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's wrong with my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha! It's simple. People are like books. We've got a front and a back. Do you get my drift? That's all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with that cheesy proverbs, and illogically metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away the useful staff, people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just, if you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in a coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what the witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, please explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know Azukra Temple has a rule on the night when the acolyte is in the inner temple training? The stone lanterns in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It had been used for a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that's illuminating the fact that this chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright? No! Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present this stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with a look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says my upside down. Thank you for following for 2 years, 10 months, 12 days, and 21 hours. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, any further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and someone, or somehow, I don't think it's from a caffeine overdose. I believe it's now been established that Miss Duexdom was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Curating Tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across the dusky bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazuka Temple and used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked. You didn't do that. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised at Hazuka Temple. I owe a great deal thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Duextum was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. What was anything I do to protect the base? Okay. So I moved the body from the inner temple, dragged it behind me all the way across the dusky bridge, and then used the snowmobile. Hold it. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazuka Temple to the dusky bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Snowmobile or tracks? I think we established that there were only one set of tracks, so let's do the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks. This picture was presented yesterday's trial. And these tracks are from that ride. Yes, I think they are. But you can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. The snow was falling. I left Hazuka Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then the murder took place. It already stopped. So that's why there were such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I would like the statement that Irish just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? It will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Let the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Looked. I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Azuka Temple, and I dragged it all the way across the Dusky Bridge. But you did you? Well, what if I present the weather data? You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed the Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, the Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? That the bridge was on fire? You don't mean to say that you didn't know about it? It's because of that, the lightning strike, that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't. It can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over our eyes for a real defense attorney. No! Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There is no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here is truly in contempt is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing is now is to find the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Duexum was discovered in the Hazukra Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Duexum's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't there I wasn't there myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? Is it only human to err? If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you could explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way to get across the burnt bridge that burnout bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. Now you see what I mean. In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? What the hell were you doing? You have admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nonetheless, your prior testimony contained rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow falling, or still falling, or had it stopped? It doesn't really matter that much. Or are you saying that there was a way to cross the burning bridge? Yes, I think that is what it is. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of the dusty bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, Ben. One of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would have been impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. So what were you doing, lady? Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it is going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder again. Trite. I'm only going to say this one more time. It's only human and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Moving the body. Okay. Or are you saying that there is one way to cross a burning bridge? How about this? A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? That's 9, I believe, now. You're saying that it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out there. I gotta keep on the attack. And go, go, go! Miss Elise Stoexton's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Stoexton. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was in the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. This is an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trite. There is nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. And I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. I know you're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why don't you start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Because literally turn it around. All right, then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch was drawn by Laurice Stoexton is evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction, exactly what happened. A complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Stoexton stated it over and over. That this sketch was exactly what he saw. However, if you were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. I don't know why I had a brain fart there, but it happens. It contradicts reality. This is getting interesting. It looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly oh man, why'd you turn kick away?
Take that!
This is the wire connected to the bridge. And the wire? Is that what that thing contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality that is supposed to conflict with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Where are you at? No. That's a photo of the Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch to the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But the actual Dusky Bridge... Jumping Jehoshaphat. The wires are below the guard wires. Order. This sketch is somewhat different than what is depicted in the photo. However, it isn't likely that the artist just saw it wrong. Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you just wrong. Because my name is Phoenix Wright, it doesn't mean you have to call me wrong. With something like Laurice, I admit a mistake is definitely possible. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember that Laurice was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at the Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how that relates. But it does, Your Honor. That the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah. Oh, no way. Maurice Dworknums witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Dworknums' sketch like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Order. All the things to say. A pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum that was only the way to get it done. Let's think about it for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means about that far from the inner temple, the opposite cliff. Yes, that's right. That sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you would need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you would have planned ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it does make sense that the culprit would have prepared a rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope already. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of the wires from the bridge. Then the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire. One of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Tuexum's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? That's right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that looking at the map, we can see that it's one of the ones in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. From this point here, it would drop the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests that her body dropped from some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here her body fell from about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body swung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then the result of the landing impact. This crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Dwexham's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it was already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would have arrived if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? 10. That was a dark, bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forget about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If a criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross the dusky bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to the Hazuka Temple without an accomplice. Very well, then. If you please, Mr. Wright, who is the person that received the body on the Hazuka Temple side? It would be one Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from the Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up the body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup duty on the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazuka Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, you have established how the body was moved using a burnout bridge, which means it is now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have passed along the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazuka Temple. Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is? There is no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin the murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... I never thought I'd had to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Delilah Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. You're just imagining. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. In that case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand after all. The blood of the master of the curing channeling technique flows within that body. The curing channeling technique. Now, where have I heard of that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Delilah, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. 11. I think. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to the temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe that a coincidence like that just happened. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was a part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan that called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were two irises at Hazuka Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means Iris was at dinner was the real Iris. And that Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw in the inner temple was someone dressed like her, namely one Delilah Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling spirit of Delilah Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Delilah Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to the Hazuka Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Ooh, thanks goodness. It looked like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Delilah are somehow switched places. Switch places? Actually, yes, that could easily happen. To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know. That unless we confirm that the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have spiritual power needed to channel Delilah, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazuka Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Delilah Hawthorne? There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move freely unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murderer the time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move around about was Where you at? Oh, there you are. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday. Was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the Inner Temple. This is kind of tremor, mate. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the Inner Temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they have already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Delilah Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now let's see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. 12. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Delilah Hawthorne. And my current profession is permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you could do to punish me. What's going on here? Delilah Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. To be continued. Give me my save. Thank you. February 10th. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony, damn it. Tell us about the plan that you were carried out that night. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would have to first to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. It got cut off. Watch yourself, trite. If you got a problem, solve it. During the cross-examination, that's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. By the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could that be true? The whole plan began my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row, and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Ha. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of the Curaine. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Even since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with her father. Abandoned? The only person I really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father absolutely had no interest in her children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her subordinates that gave birth, or her stubbornness, I don't know why, that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams into that poor child's back. Because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline became the main family. Maya wouldn't have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl Fay the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master have to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was her position of the master, that's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and hold it. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. And it would have been simply to use her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazukra Temple. She and I took absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed that she was going to return to Hazukra Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Didn't I just tell you I don't care about anyone but me? Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? Remember, Phoenix? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped inside a sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolish as optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I despised you. Your sniveling naivety, and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan's Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value to other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act on my own self-interest. The reason why I helped her was for myself, my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dial Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Obviously, it was because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought it was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan to plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of getting revenge. Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan. And what she was after as well. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You still can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take a revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Maya Fey. Somehow I knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was perhaps that Mia Fey already died. Yes, and I realized there was only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. I would be the one and the only one who could take revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. A cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. Quickly pinned up my hair and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up a staff that was by my side and left Hazuka Temple. So it was at least the Wexington Channeler after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. After she left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easy to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I had got from the storeroom end. So then you were saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I didn't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does it mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? The last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. It's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe it was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was her goofy face, Maya's terror-filled eyes, and when I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern. Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I could have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well into the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people had gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The files have already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized it wouldn't get the chance to see Maya's corpse as I hoped. But then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she came to make sure the sacred cavern was alright, stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I finally learned exactly what happened. And it was then I learned that plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean by your plan succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would. You would assume that was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the one and only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide. The sin of killing your own mother. Ugh. No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Missy Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is the evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the Inner Temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do you have to spell it out? At the bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's when she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies wind up in there are lost forever. So what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oops. Sorry. That's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? That's his theme. Just like you use your theme. Or, well, still Samurai's theme, but whatever. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was that something important? They just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in that cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found in the Sacred Cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! It seems that this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears that the killer of Elise de Wexham is also known as Missy Fey. Was her own daughter Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped into her own death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Huh. 12. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible for you to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think it through. The whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya could have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims that Miss Fay threw herself into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that all better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff in the inner temple side is a rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, she would have been able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. You. No! Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Fay's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the possible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fay wasn't inside the sacred cavern. Now we now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. Where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is one way to give Delilah Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is? This very instant, Maya Fay is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right there in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fay is here? She's in this my courtroom? Delilah Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Delilah Hawthorne? What? That's obvious. It's Pearl Fay. That pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Is there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There is only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On that night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Herzoka Temple was closed off and there was nowhere left for her to run. So then the problem became, where could be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you were being channeled by Pearls. That's why you never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was playing for a fool by that little whelp. Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that, who would never been out of the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia Faye. It's a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what? What are you going to do here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she challenged me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought about what she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down all the things Maya had to do. Channel Delilah as soon as possible, and lock yourself in the sacred cabin until help arrives. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things? If she hadn't done it, Delilah Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearls didn't properly understand the plan. All she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Delilah Hawthorne's spirit, two things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Delilah Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forgive you for this. Why don't you just admit it, Delilah Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, and another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? To think about it, Delilah, remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped from the meeting with Valia Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It was one stupid move after another for you, but it was no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Maya Faye. Maya Faye, Maya Faye, Maya Faye! You stupid spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Faye, like I swore I would. And if only I had gotten to that spiky-haired jerk, the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Delilah Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive or dead, or somewhere in between. You'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said that there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Delilah. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all eternity, you'll have to remain as Delilah Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since that day, you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. I'm not ready to go. Hi, Maya. Nick, sis, on the ground. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Delilah Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim in this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, who were also victims of this wicked, selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. A tragedy of a Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be the best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother was quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's when I made a concerted effort to study up on the curing channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Oh, Colt? I've seen quite a few things in many years on the bench. And in that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris's Hazukra Temple.
Objection!
13? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger and I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I didn't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by somebody. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least to Exum, no, Missy Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over. Unless someone is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution are ready to call our final witness. Final witness? The one who will clear up this whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is this really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is the final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after that. She's been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It is always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a feint of understanding the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places. and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There was something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have had spent the entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Diala had come with me to Rizuka Temple. I always loved her. Diala was always so smart, so strong, she never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly, and at the last minute I ran away. Because of that, Diala's stepsister Valerie ended up That's the case that was wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean. Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Dago Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting close to learning the truth. Diala even tried to kill the person who unknowingly hid the poison for her. You? That's right. Iris. There's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Lise Wexton, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30 p.m. I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got to the snowmobile headed to the inner temple, but the path to the inner bridge was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So we've got to do this exactly as you say. Got it? It was me. I was the one who received the body. The murder weapon had been left in her body, so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Lise held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought her body back to Rizuka Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would have lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her body in a robe and stabbed her with the shishishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dial Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. I was cooperating with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How are you doing? How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly in this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who at least Dwexham really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who killed her, but still. I think just maybe I know who it was. That night the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Rizuka temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck in the inner temple side for almost the entire day. Exactly, so the culprit, someone that wasn't in the Rizuka temple the following day. That is as much help as I can give. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me all by myself. To be continued. Boodaloo-doo. Yeah. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results test that we had performed earlier. Test? Yes, the test on the bloody dagger was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are results? Was the victim's blood, or due to the concentrates, the full test wasn't possible. However, there was one thing we can say certainly. The blood on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya? According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the curing channeling technique. I am frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline caused must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed a moment of Miss Elise Duexum's murder. Is that correct? I didn't... Straighten this up. Instant, young lady. Huh? Pick up your head and speak clearly. There is always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've been seeing the witness come in and out. You can squeeze us. Or you can witness come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let us hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Delisle Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I just couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was especially a good night for the young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? After that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Press harder. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. By judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that had channeled by Elise Duextum's Delilah Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, adult, or a child? I had no idea. I screamed out with my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like this poor little Maya's really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What is this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know. That's like what you call it when it happens. Maya's not doing so well up here. Oh, yeah. That's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but it's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. There was a person behind my attacker. I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person. I am, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can make things up and try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add that to your testimony. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Duexton, other known as Missy Faye, your mother. The real killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What's the problem? Maya. On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in that garden that night. No. Order in the court, Mr. Godot. Explain this. Did I say 13? Is that 14 now? Add the pureness of milk. The perfection is clear of darkness. Coffee stir. This is the state the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe a latte. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite, words are milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard. You'll have to know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness' mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there's truly no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, adult or a child, and yet the witness could describe a person was standing behind her attacker, and clearly she described them as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No. Order. What in the world does this mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There's no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, did you see who the killer was in the dark? And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so that you could see. I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself. How's this possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in the courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction, Wright. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order. The prosecutor could know. What is the meaning of this? 14? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night was 3 growing red lights. Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya? I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a total different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering. Your Honor. What's your chattering? 15. If it's worth asking the witness, that's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us about how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there in the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize, Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. Only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you can consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with the cross-examination. You lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So the person that was carried you to the inner temple, it could have only been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya to the inner temple. By the time I naturally, the killer must have done it alone, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer was desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some information before I ask her again. Torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna have to say it was the killer who lit the torches. Or I'm gonna have to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it was impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if it's true, there was one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how it would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who could have gained anything from that would be the only person that was in the inner temple was Maya. Very well. Let's hear some more about the condition of the crime. So you're saying that the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? There's one thing I could think of. Didn't you say that a lot of victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area was collapsed in, ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there is something that bothers me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up and just the snow-stained blood. It looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help. This will help explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you were clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body and pendulum the building, the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with evidence with a crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one in the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she would have thought that you might have done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well then, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The body of Elise de Wexnam was carried away to the Herzukra Temple courtyard. Then the garden was the real crime scene. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow we suspect was covered in blood was scooped and removed. A reasonable to believe all that was done was an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. The message written in blood on that lantern. It was clearly written on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. But it doesn't make sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow and not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection.
16? But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left writing on the stone lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether? And who would that be? Who is that person that would have failed to notice the bloody writing? Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? Why is it written in blood? Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This apron the delightful Miss Bride was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain unto the courtyard? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play any games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. You could see that the coffee was on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. 17. Strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder why I am the only one who can't see them. So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know that's the reason why I don't drink red tea? I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dexton, also known as Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disputing fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out any indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like my name, that's my name written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why didn't I just take out that area? Yes. Why didn't he just take that area? Oh, could it be? Yes, the killer could see the red blood that had seeped into that snow. And so he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection.
Isn't it more likely that the killer wouldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see them just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Could you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya? What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come into the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed.
Objection.
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? It may look... Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established just a little while ago. After the murder, the witness unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Delilah Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened to the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling. My spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around, but she couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in a spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first, and then cheered her up, right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but from what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot. Just let's move on to the cross-examination if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. So it was your first time in the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did you just defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? 18. Unless I counted one more. He beat his 17 limit. Hot nights are even hotter. Coffee. That's what I always say. If I hadn't been in this case, I would have never had visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'd pass. So he never visited Rizuka Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Huh. You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policemen came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said that he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is, there isn't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own judge style. Maybe I should ask more questions. Phoenix style. You said you were conducting an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went all about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was a beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Missy Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western taste? Could he find any stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed from the prep room? Wait a second. What did you just say now? I think I found a proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least the Wexton. Objection! Mr. Godot. The first time you crossed the Dusty Bridge, went into the Inner Temple, was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is. But here's something you don't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because the gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing it was Missy Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could have guessed that the picture was Missy Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described it what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded in a hue of aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew that the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. "19. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that the crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Or what did you say? Is there really a possibility another person knew of the plan? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearl found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place in the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he would have had one great chance to find it. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit. Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit to the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. 20. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, you were fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there is a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plan, he hid the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. And he ultimately took the person's life. And he did all that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I'll have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. But I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue damsels in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for the lack of a better word. Even considering the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still little on too unnatural. However, you have a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? The unshakable reason that you forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trade, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than you... Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What is this? There's one person who lies in the very center of this whole story. The one person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Is Mia Fey. There's a very good reason that Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey? You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real man of this, who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando, isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia's face, first time in court, tragic outcome, left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind all this witnesses heartless scheming, demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all of her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dial Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Delilah wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in the courthouse, you were poisoned. 21. Even if I didn't see it coming. I'll explain that in a minute. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about this case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. It was just in deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight. And all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years. And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. I wasn't like that. I wanted to see it for myself, what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living was she goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin for not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Curing Vision Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew what the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought I could do that. I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearl's known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she would never have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Herzuka Temple and Misty Fay. I escaped needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Fay. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean officially? 22. You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Curing had a great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fay still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you. Don't even forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you wanted to know how strong her resolve was to protect you, was to look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Herzuka Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? We have to make sure she didn't channel Delilah Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps you can read some special books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That's the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fay had to choose the channeling herself. The channeling Delilah Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? She channeled the spirit first. Then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As the Master of Curain, Misty Fae's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Delilah Hawthorne so Pearl Fae wouldn't be able to. What? Is that true? My role in the plan was going to make sure that no one was going to hurt Maya Fae. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Delilah Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background is leading up to this incident has been laid. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are two possible suspects right now. Maya Fae, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot. 23? Or did we already say 23? 24? Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why you have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him from his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fae, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She was struck in the back. The enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out. The whole area was dark. Just that moment, there was a horrible scream. After that, Delilah collapsed and lost Delilah's consciousnness. These red lights, I thought you just said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was that stabbed at Misty Fae? It looked like you still can prove it. You still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Time of the murder. Light shining in the dark. Don't you think you could make a mistake about that? Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling that she's covering for him anymore, but... But after that, you turn towards the lights to call for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from the Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? What do you mean by just at the moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard, then was it Delilah Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was the man's voice. What? So then the scream came from the killer. That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction. But I kinda still wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she gave just before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff would already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck the back of the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could be used as a weapon here. If Delilah Hawthorne had already been stabbed by the staff stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found in the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck the back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because you let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all that we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten the blood was already tested? Since we learned that it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have wounds somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. 24? Nice theory, Trey. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trey. Let's just say it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think it would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think of it for a second. This dagger was found in the morning by the detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if you really were the killer, I couldn't have just washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trey. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not by a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said that is what wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Godot had been cut with a dagger, his clothes would be bloody and or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That would solve that contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone was in the inner temple side, trapped there. Ah, that's right. Once the bridge was fixed, the police headed over for the inner temple. Mr. Godot already was waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Order in the court. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that would shut down the bridge. Why would anyone brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before committing the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes, no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. So that's all you've got. I knew you were tough enough to finish this. Eric, right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed this case and closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. Come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you gotten even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that one of the rules of being a lawyer I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. I fight her to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside of the box, approach it from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing that demonstrates in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by this blood on the dagger. But we've decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there would have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden. This is it, my last stand. I need to think about it from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to know how he hid the wound. In the end, it's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where is the location you say the killer hid the wound, his wound? I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you're never... what I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Or... what was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I have to say this whole case is solved. Ah! $25. Or did we say 25 already? 26. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask and threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The reason? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what was left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into the situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that wasn't really Delilah Hawthorne standing right in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye or even that little girl. But I still panicked I still picked up the blade like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. I was really motivated, the pure desire to protect Maya Faye. Or was it something else? Or was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? It could have been simply a desire for revenge. And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, you understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Dago Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I knew you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando, you do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time it's really over, isn't it? The defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the bloody body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk. I was willing to cooperate it anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do what she was planning. Well, she was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you, you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? First time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Romano in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. And the next time you met was 8 months ago, or 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during the whole relationship for those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Delilah Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Delilah. I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny. You mean you? That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't have moved about freely. So that's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at the moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed on something as simple as that. 8 months has passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for that day. It was the first time that ever happened. That's a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever is necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Delilah Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? I don't even know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Duexno. At some point, I expected you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of the murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Not guilty. The court now is adjourned. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya and being sent to the prison by his own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia? I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in any way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there as any defense attorney could ever have hoped to be. But there is one more thing you can learn from me. Mia? You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal, thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And all along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just as my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do. This is what she wrote back in my note. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out. With that gloomy face. Can't you see, my sis? I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya. How can it be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Franziska. Still softly as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska actually been helping me? Or helping you? If these two haven't been there on the first day of the trial. The defense would have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from a fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose... Am I right? No. Oh, darn it. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, there he... What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is that true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack a resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Can I draw you too well? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Claire. Nonetheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and it's worth something. So then, I'll do it like you promised. You're going to model for my next picture, but don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Remember, she was Mia a second ago. Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh. I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect that you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite that all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can understand it either. Franziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya isn't such a wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Is now exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt more deeply than she. I believe for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow. Tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Pearl Fey. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for a good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, and that's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she was to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led her to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on her brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh hey. So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite a bunch. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just doesn't have the mind of its own. Watch out with that. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just kind of going down to a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made a reservation at a first class French restaurant tonight. Ah, pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe. You said first-class French restaurant. You don't mean Trash Bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go. Everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I want to be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken awfully long to get back. She's out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I bet she just went back home. That's all. Well, where'd Mia go? Mia was in Pearl's body. I thought so too. So I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she had been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will. We'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick, don't worry about us. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of pearls might have gone to. Hazuka Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, this is where this whole incident started. What's this? You're back again all so soon? Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. Ah, Mystic Maya? Pearly? Why? Why did you just leave us like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because that's all my fault, that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why I came here. It's the least I could do. Pray for happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie. Just make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason why I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was out there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of the Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of the Curane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take that charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't a container that was important, rather it was its contents. That's a photo. Mother. It's only natural for the living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's a true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are consistently challenged by that question. Even when the battle's over, the bonds that connect us are severed. We always return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya Faye's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate on what we've overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on the two of you just because you're future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the three when you come back. Wahaha, ho ho ho, hee hee. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is the battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and you probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini, we'll take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'll do anything for Mystic Maya, won't you? Even walk the hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if you can just say one little thing. Sure. Of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here we go. Objection! Oh, man. That was a long one. Master Curine and have a good sister Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. So it's true, Mr. Nick is really Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. When I went through the special course all the way to the end, actually, I heard there's a legendary Ultra Suicide course too. I think I was surprised to do with them and make them a secret reservation. Maggie bought me a brand new coat. Present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirtier, shabby old coat is just more... Don't worry about it. It's a name of love. A man will show himself silly. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the treasures of the Curian exhibit were a great success. Even if Mr. Von Karma, who hadn't seen it before, she taught me how to use the whip and said you must show what you learned. Going way too fast for me. Huh? No. Okay. We also sell plans to criminals. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show you my appreciation to Mr. Wright for examining Don Tigers. I lent him $500,000 as tea set, a special thick tea set, one mixed with own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. I'm just an old man in the way, wrinkly, grumpy clown, nosed, washed fresh. At least that's what I but my grandkids at a birthday party the other day. And talking about marriage in 1960, dirty diaper. What? As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We're hired a new programmer to replace Glenelg. I do hope you get on his name. His name is Adamata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits were aligned perfectly. My. More reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. To think the magazines like us would provide us such nice visual, especially in the spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Ho 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 ho. You turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It's so sweet that you had everyone come else and visit. Of course, I'm happy that he can have eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped and so hardly nosebleed.
Objection!
What's this? I'm back from a long training vacation. 0 degree. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and got knowing. What kind of lonely, crazy suppose anyway? What is it with this flashing light switches? I feel like there's some sort of special alien. And what am I gonna do with all these nuts? Edgy poo, something. I go too fast. I finally found something that I do. Francie's whippity rip trip is going to be start rolling ahead. I should have sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portraits artist. I'm a loser after all. And that was Ace Attorney 3. Man. So he had like 25 cups in that last one. He was supposed to have a 17 cup limit. So that was the whole reason why I was saying that about the coffee thing. It's just weird that they went way over on that one. There's one thing I don't like about Godot is he could have foiled this whole situation by like hiding that letter from Pearls. Or altering it for Pearls. And or let it go through, and when Elise / Misty summoned Delilah, why didn't they put her in a position where Delilah couldn't do anything? Like be in a locked room or something, or whatever. Either way. I guess the Delilah thing isn't really because they did that kind of like, oh, Pearls didn't come. Oh, there wasn't really any way you could fix it, but I don't know. Just like just a couple things that they probably could have at least. He knew for an entire year he could have prevented something. I think he could have prevented something, but he did not. Which is weird. Alright guys, thank you all for watching, and not sure what we'll be playing